How many times in this life have we found ourselves exhausted amidst the hurried stream of existence? There are mornings when, upon opening our eyes, the heart feels no inspiration to begin a new day. Everything becomes strangely heavy. Every breath feels like a labor, and even a smile becomes a difficult task. We force ourselves to work, striving to appear strong, struggling to hide the tears welling just behind a gaze that feigns tranquility. But the more we try, the heavier the heart becomes, the more tangled the mind, and the more life feels like a burden pressing down upon our shoulders. This is when weariness arrives, silent yet persistent, leaving us to wonder what we are living for and for whom. If you are feeling weary and disheartened, sit down for a moment. Take a deep breath and let your shoulders relax. Allow the breath to guide you back to yourself. Do not try to fight the emotions. Do not pretend to be well. For the Buddha taught that knowing when to stop is also a way to continue forward. Sometimes, in a single moment of stillness, we realize how far we have strayed from the path of our own heart. We have been so consumed with chasing what others want that we have forgotten what we truly need. In the vortex of modern life, everyone at some point feels helpless. Work piles up, pressures mount, and unspoken expectations cause us to gradually lose our smile. Some collapse along the way, unable to bear the loneliness. Some choose silence, hiding their pain behind a facade of false peace. And still others live like a shadow, passing silently through the days with a heart that is profoundly empty. But let us remember that life is not always rosy. Some sufferings arise to help us mature, and some tears fall only so that we may understand the value of a smile. The Buddha taught that even in the darkest night, there is always the light of peace. If our mind is willing to open, we will see that weariness is not a sign of weakness, but a call from the soul yearning for rest. When the heart is overwrought, do not try to hold on to everything. Let go a little, and you will see that the world, in truth, still holds so much gentleness. Life, in its nature, is never perfect. There are things we wish to keep, but cannot, and things we wish to forget, but are unable. The truth is, the more we cling, the more we suffer. The more we grasp, the more weary the heart becomes. Only when we know how to let go can the mind be light. Only when we know how to stop can we truly see the way. Many mistake letting go for giving up, but this is not so. Letting go is not to abandon, but to allow all things to return to their rightful place. Therefore, If today you find yourself weary, do not be afraid. Do not blame yourself for being weak. Weariness is a part of the journey of life. Everyone's steps falter at times. Everyone feels the urge to fall. The important thing is that we recognize it, know how to turn back, and know how to pause, so that we may continue on with a more serene spirit. Like the rain after a scorching day, weariness is there to teach us to cherish moments of peace. Sit down and listen to your own breath. Let the mind settle, like the surface of a deep lake after the wind has passed. In that stillness, we will understand that all suffering is but a fleeting wave, and after that wave, peace is always waiting for us on the other shore. Life is a long journey. There will be times we are tired, and times we want to stop. But if we know how to stop at the right moment, we will see that within that very pause lies the beginning of a new step forward. And so, let us learn together how to let go to lessen our suffering, how to release the burdens in our heart so the mind may be at ease and the spirit may find peace. There are times when we are so tired that we just want to let it all go, so tired that we no longer wish to speak, to think, or to face anyone. Sometimes we just want to escape somewhere far away, a place where no one can find us, just to be quiet, to be able to breathe without bracing ourselves. But then we blame ourselves, telling ourselves we must keep trying, must get up, must be strong. And so we continue to carry the whole world on our shoulders, though those shoulders have long been stooped. One day, looking back, we realize that perhaps what we needed was not to try harder, but to stop for a while and rest. The Buddha taught that when the mind is weary, one must rest, not collapse. Rest is not weakness. To rest is to recover. To rest is to allow the body and mind to settle, to look deeply into oneself. It is like a river. If the water flows too fiercely for too long, it will become murky. Only when the current calms can the sediment settle and the water become clear. It is the same for a human being. When our mind is weary, let us give ourselves permission to stop. Stop to breathe. Stop to feel. Stop to see that this world is, in truth, still gentle, waiting for us to return. In this life, everyone will eventually experience exhaustion. The laborer, the mother, the young, the old, no one is exempt. Some are tired from the struggle for sustenance. Some are tired from the pressure of work. Some are tired from relationships that cannot be sustained. And some are tired simply from trying to be someone they have never been. The weariness of the body requires only a night of sleep, but the weariness of the mind can sometimes take a lifetime to learn how to heal. There is a short story that, each time it is recounted, brings a stillness to the heart. It is the story of Sister Lan, a mother and a garment worker in Bin Duong. Sister Lan worked in a large garment factory. Her day began each morning at 7 o'clock and often ended when the clock hands neared midnight for the entire month. At times, she could not even have a single day of true rest. She was gaunt, her hands calloused, yet her eyes always shone with fortitude. For she knew that if she did not work, her son would have no money for his schooling and would have to abandon his studies midway. Sister Lan once recounted that on some nights, upon returning to her rented room, the moment she lay down, tears would stream forth unbidden. Not for any particular reason, but simply from overwhelming exhaustion. A weariness so profound she no longer wished to eat. A weariness so deep she considered simply letting everything go. But then she would think of her young son, waiting for his mother's return. She would think of her dream of seeing him properly educated, of him having a different, better life than her own. With these thoughts, she would wipe away her tears and tell herself that she must persevere. Then, one day, while at her work, Sister Lan collapsed, right in the midst of the sewing line. The entire factory was thrown into a commotion. When she awoke, she found herself lying in the rest area, a colleague beside her. The woman held her hand and said softly, "Sister, when you are tired, you must rest a little. Do not wait until you collapse completely." Those seemingly simple words struck her heart like a gentle chime. For so long, she had known only to strive, forgetting that rest, too, is a part of the effort. That evening, for the first time in many months, Sister Lan did not busy herself with extra sewing, nor did she clean the room or cook. She simply sat beside her son, watched him study, and then held him in her arms, falling into a deep and complete sleep. The next morning when she awoke, she felt a strange lightness in her heart. The sun still shone through the window frame, and the sound of traffic outside was as noisy as ever. But within her, there was a rare sense of peace. For the first time in many years, she realized that it was all right to slow down a little, that to rest was not a sign of weakness, but a way to be able to go farther. The Buddha taught that a mind that knows when to stop will naturally find a way out. When the body is weary, we can fall into a deep sleep and be restored. But when the mind is weary, we need to be awake. we need to return to the breath, for it is only in the mindful breath that we can touch true peace. Thus, when you feel unease in your heart, do not rush to seek joy outside. Instead, set aside a few minutes each day to sit in stillness. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathing in, I know I am breathing in. Breathing out, I know I am breathing out. Just this is enough for the mind to grow calm, like the surface of a placid lake. The ancients used to say that rest is also part of the journey. Every road has its stopping points. If we walk endlessly without rest, our legs will grow weary, and we will have no strength left to continue. It is the same in life. If the mind is always taut, if the heart is always under pressure, sooner or later, we will be depleted. Sometimes, true endurance lies not in how fast we go, but in knowing when to stop to breathe, so that we may continue on farther. Some ask, if one rests, will one be left behind? The Buddha teaches that no one can be left behind if they are walking their own path. Each person has their own rhythm. Others may go faster. They may achieve more. But that does not mean we are inferior. Every life is a unique journey. And on that journey, there are times when to rest is precisely what is needed to continue. There are those who, for fear of being judged, for fear of being called weak, just keep forcing themselves onward. They fear that resting will be mistaken for laziness, that stopping will mean losing opportunities. But in truth, what exhausts us most is not the work itself, but the fear within our mind. When the mind is still entangled in fear and clinging, we cannot be at peace even when sitting still. Only when we dare to release these fears can we truly rest. A Zen master once said, "When a bird is tired, it does not keep flying. It finds a branch on which to rest. When the human mind is tired, let it also stop." How simple, yet how profound is this saying. In this impermanent world, what we must learn is not how to endure endlessly, but how to stop at the right moment. Stop to listen to your own self. Stop to listen to your own self. Stop to see clearly that you do not need to brace yourself any longer. Many ask, how can one rest amidst this bustling life? The answer is truly simple. Just return to your own breath. The practice of mindfulness is not something distant. It is simply to breathe in deeply and breathe out slowly. When breathing in, know you are breathing in. When breathing out, know you are breathing out. Gradually, we realize that amidst the endless clamor, there is a space of stillness in the mind that nothing can touch. If each day we were to spend just 5 minutes sitting in silence, feeling our breath, looking back into ourselves, those 5 minutes would be a balm for the soul. Like Sister Lan, after that day, she collapsed. She learned that by just allowing herself a little stillness, life would become so much lighter. To rest is not to abandon everything, but to continue on farther, more sustainably. A person who knows how to rest at the proper time is a person who knows how to love themselves. A person who knows to stop when tired is a person who understands the way. For the Dharma does not teach us to be so strong that we deny our own feelings, but teaches us to live mindfully, to know how to listen to our body and mind. When we know how to stop, we are practicing compassion for ourselves. Therefore, when you feel your spirit is depleted, try to slow your steps. Let go of what is not necessary. Sit down, take a deep breath, and then be still. Let the mind rest. Let the body rest. Remember that to rest is not failure, but the way for body and mind to endure. This life is not a race, but a journey. On this journey, the one who knows when to stop at the right time is the one who will travel farther. When tired, rest. Rest to look back. Rest to understand oneself. Rest to know that happiness, at times, lies not in what we achieve, but in knowing what is enough and when to stop. Like the lotus flower, which does not strive to reach for the sky, but simply grows in the mud and still radiates its fragrance. Therefore, if today you feel weary, do not force yourself to be strong any longer. Allow yourself to rest. Allow yourself to be at peace. Remember the Buddha's teaching. When the mind is weary, rest. Do not collapse. For only when we know how to rest can we rise again with a soul that has been healed, a heart that has learned how to love itself. And then, no matter the storms of life, we can still smile. For we understand that weariness is not to be feared. The only fear is to forget to rest. Letting go is not giving up. It is to lighten the heart. Stopping is not the end of the road. It is to begin again with a peaceful mind, and thus a peaceful life. There are days when we open our eyes and the heart feels as heavy as a stone. Another day begins, but instead of seeing light, we see only weariness, stagnation, and ceaseless worries. It seems that everything around us is shrouded in a gray mist. Work is not going well. Loved ones do not understand. Relationships are not as we wish, and our dreams recede ever farther into the distance. We ask ourselves, why is this life so full of suffering? Why does every step feel like shouldering another boulder? And in that moment, the spirit sinks. The eyes gaze into the distance, but see nothing but emptiness. Sometimes we wonder, have I lived wrongly in some way? Is life punishing me? But the Buddha taught that suffering comes not from events themselves, but from the way we look at them. Life itself has no intention to make anyone suffer. It is only that we have viewed it through the eyes of affliction. When our mind is murky, the scenes of life also become dark. When our mind is clear, even in the midst of a storm, we can still see the light of dawn. Human beings often look at life with eyes of lack, comparison, and craving. When one thing does not go as we wish, we immediately label it as misfortune. When others have more than us, we call it disadvantage. When we lose something we hold dear, we believe that life is unfair. But in truth, nothing in this world is inherently suffering or joy. Everything is merely a phenomenon. The feeling is born from our mind. The same rain that makes the farmer rejoice for his irrigated fields makes the traveler lament his soaked clothes. The same loss is seen by one as a lesson, and by another as a final end. The Buddha taught that when the mind is pure, the world is pure. When the mind is in turmoil, the world is in turmoil. Our perspective is the very mirror that reflects the world. When we gaze upon life through a dark mirror, the image that appears is also blurred. But if we wipe clean the dust clinging to the mind, we suddenly realize that this life has never lacked for light. It is only that we have forgotten to open our hearts to receive it. There is a short story I wish to tell you about a young man named Min. Min was a final year university student, once full of ambition. He was intelligent, energetic, and always believed that with enough effort he would succeed. But life does not always follow our calculations. After graduation, Min applied everywhere, interviewing at one company after another, but still was not accepted. With each failure, he withdrew a little more. His smile faded, and his gaze grew dim. There were mornings when Min would sit before the mirror for a long time, looking at his pale face, his eyes dark-ringed from sleeplessness, and then sigh. He was once a person of many dreams. Now he saw only a weary, lost individual who doubted himself. One morning, after a sleepless night filled with anxiety, Min awoke earlier than usual. As he washed his face, the cold water startled him. He looked up and saw himself in the mirror. A haggard face, yet the eyes were still there, still bright. In the silence of the morning, Min suddenly burst into laughter. He laughed because he realized that no matter how many times he had failed, he was still here. He was still breathing, still alive, still had a new day to begin again. He spoke softly, as if to himself. I still have today. That is enough. From that day on, Min began a small habit. Each morning, he would look in the mirror, smile, and say, Today, I will live more lightly than yesterday. He kept a gratitude journal, writing down 3 things that made him feel fortunate each day, no matter how small. Sometimes it was having breakfast with his mother. Other times it was simply hearing the birds sing on the balcony. Gradually, Min felt his mind calm down. The despair dissolved, giving way to a sense of lightness. One day, he was called for an interview at a small company. This time, he did not go with the mindset of needing to succeed, but simply with the attitude of gaining experience. And it was on that occasion that Min was hired. A few months later, looking back, Min shared that what changed his life was not the opportunity, but the way he looked at life. From someone who saw only failure, he learned to see a lesson in every failure. From someone who saw only his own misfortune, he learned that by simply being grateful, blessings would naturally come. Remember the Buddha's teaching that when we change our perspective, we change our own world. If the mind constantly complains, we will find countless reasons to suffer. But if the mind knows how to be grateful, every day becomes a gift. In essence, life is a mirror reflecting our mind. When we laugh, it smiles back. When we are sad, it too becomes dark. Therefore, to see a beautiful life, we must begin by beautifying our own mind. Some may ask, but if I am truly suffering, how can I possibly see things differently? The answer lies within that very suffering. For suffering is not meant to torture us, but to awaken us. It is when we suffer that we pause. When we pause, we look deeply. When we look deeply, we understand. And when we understand, we let go. Every suffering is a lesson, an opportunity for us to see something within ourselves that needs to change. Imagine a person standing under a tree, seeing the deep shadows, and lamenting, life is all darkness, not knowing that by simply taking a few steps out, the sunlight is there, waiting. Life does not compel us to suffer forever. It is merely that we have not yet dared to change our perspective. When we are willing to open our hearts, willing to release some of our attachments, light will naturally enter. The Buddha once said, "The mind is the root of all phenomena." This means that all happiness and suffering arise from the mind. When our mind is in turmoil, the world around us will also tremble. When our mind is at peace, even in the midst of a bustling marketplace, we can still hear the birds singing within our heart. To see life from another angle does not mean denying reality, but seeing it with eyes of understanding and compassion. If someone hurts us, instead of harboring resentment, we can ask ourselves how much they must also be suffering to act in such a way. When we understand, we are less angry. When we are less angry, our heart feels lighter. If work does not go as we wish, instead of complaining, we can ask ourselves what we can learn from this. When we learn, we no longer see failure as suffering, but as an opportunity for growth. Life does not require us to be perfect. It only requires us to know how to change our perspective. When we look with a mind of anger, the world is a battlefield. When we look with a mind of loving kindness, the world is a place for affection. When we look with a mind of greed, we see only lack. When we look with a mind of gratitude, we see abundance. Try this. Each morning upon waking, smile at yourself in the mirror, even if that face is lined with worry, wrinkles, or signs of fatigue. Still, smile and say to yourself, "Today, I will live more lightly than yesterday." Do not wait for life to change before you become happy. Be happy, and life will change. This is the power of transformation. We may not be able to control the waves, but we can learn how to surf. We cannot stop the wind, but we can adjust our sails. Life is like a river. Some stretches are calm, some are swirling. Sometimes the water is clear, other times murky. But no matter what, the river always flows toward the great sea. So it is with us. Though we pass through many fluctuations, in the end, everyone is on a journey to find peace within themselves. Letting go of a negative perspective is not about forcing a false optimism upon ourselves, but about returning to a deeper truth, that all things are impermanent, and all things have a reason for being. When we understand this, we no longer resist life, but gently walk alongside it. The Buddha taught that if your mind is at peace, you will see flowers blooming even in the mud. The mud is no longer a foul thing, but the very ground from which the lotus rises. Suffering is no longer an enemy, but the teacher that helps us grow. When we understand this, we no longer need to run from life. We need only change the way we see it to realize that life is no longer fearsome. Within each of us are two eyes, one eye to see events, and one eye to see our own self. The first eye sees form and appearance. The second eye sees the nature of the mind. When we use only the first eye, we are easily swayed by external circumstances. But when we open the second eye, the eye of understanding and mindfulness, we will see that everything that happens has a cause and deserves to be met with tolerance. To see life from another angle is not to evade reality, but to learn to see the light within the darkness, the seed of happiness within suffering. For a seed to become a tree, it must break its shell. For a person to find peace, they must learn to let go. Suffering does not kill us. It is a negative perspective that causes us to wither. When we change our perspective, we change not only our emotions, but our very destiny. Remember that no one has lived without ever suffering, but only those who know how to see differently can find tranquility amidst suffering. Suffering is not a period at the end of a sentence, but a comma that allows us to pause, take a breath, and then step forward more lightly. Just as when Min realized he still had today, all his burdens immediately vanished. It was not because life had suddenly become better, but because he saw it with a new mind. So, if today you are weary, do not be quick to blame life. Try to look again with different eyes. Perhaps the very thing that causes you pain is the thing that helps you awaken. Perhaps today's loss is a gift for tomorrow. And perhaps, in the very moment you believe to be the darkest, is when the light begins to shine through. The Buddha taught that suffering comes not from events, but from the way we look at events. Let this saying be a reminder. Whenever your mind begins to sink into affliction, do not try to push the suffering away. Try to look at it with a peaceful mind. When seen with a peaceful mind, all storms become calm. Therefore, life does not require us to be so strong that we never fall. Life only requires us to know how to get back up with a new perspective. Each time we fall, we learn to get up more skillfully. Each time we suffer, we see our own mind more clearly. When we see clearly, we are no longer afraid. To see life from another angle is to look back at our own selves. For when the mind is luminous, life naturally brightens. When the mind lets go, life naturally becomes light. Everything outside is merely a mirror, reflecting the mind within. If you wish to see flowers bloom, plant flowers in your mind. If you wish to see peace, water the seeds of peace every day. And if one morning you look at yourself in the mirror, do not see only a weary face. See a person who is still living, still learning to understand, still learning to let go. Smile and say, "Today, I will live more lightly than yesterday." For only when we are light can the world around us truly be at peace. There are sorrows that cannot be told. There are wounds that cannot be healed by time, but can only be mended when we learn how to accept. Life, in its nature, is never complete. People often wish for a life without suffering, without loss, without disappointment. But that has never happened to anyone. For the Buddha taught that life is suffering. This statement may sound pessimistic, but in truth, it is a door opening onto the path of liberation. For only when we dare to face the truth that life contains suffering can we begin to learn how to overcome it. In weary days, perhaps every one of us has cried out, "Why is life so unfair?" We resent, we resist, we flounder in our own suffering, thinking that only by escaping it can we find peace. But the more we resist, the deeper we sink, like one who has fallen into quicksand and sinks further with every struggle. This is because the nature of suffering lies not outside, but in the resistance within. When we cease our resistance, the mud will settle, the water will clear, and only then can we stand up. The Buddha taught of the Four Noble Truths, the four foundational truths for understanding and overcoming suffering. The first is the truth of suffering, recognizing that life is suffering. The second is the truth of the origin of suffering, understanding that the cause of suffering is the greed, hatred, and delusion within our own minds. The third is the truth of the cessation of suffering. Suffering can end when our mind awakens. And finally, the truth of the path leading to the cessation of suffering. That is the path of right view, right thought, right action, and right mindfulness. These four truths are not some distant philosophy, but a map for the human heart journeying through the storm. When we understand that suffering is natural, we are no longer surprised or resentful when it arrives. When we understand that suffering is born from a clinging mind, we begin to learn how to let go. When we see that suffering can cease, we have faith. And when we know there is a path, we begin to walk it with a peaceful mind. Suffering is not an enemy. It is an alarm bell, telling us to stop and look more deeply into ourselves. For sometimes, the things we call suffering are merely the demands of the ego. When people do not get what they want, they suffer. When they lose what they love, they suffer. But have we ever asked ourselves if that which we desire truly brings peace and joy? Or does it only bind us more deeply? To accept suffering is not to endure it with passive resignation, but to look directly into its truth. When we accept, we no longer try to run away. When we stop running, we begin to understand. And when we understand, we see that suffering no longer has power over us. Some say, "I cannot accept this pain." But in truth, that pain only becomes heavy when we reject it. When we open our hearts to it, it naturally lightens. There was a woman named Huang who was the mother of an only son. The life of the mother and son, though difficult, was warm. Until one day, an accident struck, and her son passed away at a very young age. On that day, she seemed to turn to stone. All sound around her seemed to die away. She could not cry, but only sat staring at the empty chair where her son used to sit for every meal. From then on, though many years passed, for every meal she would still set out an extra bowl and a pair of chopsticks, and place that chair neatly beside her. Relatives advised her to stop, saying, "He is gone. Let him rest in peace." But she could not. Every evening she would look up at the altar, light a stick of incense, and then quietly talk to her son as if he were still alive. She said that she could not go on living because every day she remembered, and every day she felt pain. Until one time, a friend invited her to a temple to listen to a Dharma talk. That day, the monk spoke of the nature of suffering. He said that suffering is not for punishment, but to teach us understanding and love. When we resist suffering, we make it larger. When we accept it, suffering dissolves, and only love remains. Those words touched her heart deeply. She began to understand that her son was not gone, but had merely transitioned to another form of existence. The physical body was lost, but the love remained. She began to learn to look up at the altar and smile. She would say, "You are gone, but the love is still here." Gradually, whenever she looked at the empty chair, she no longer saw it as a symbol of loss, but as a symbol of eternal love. One morning, as sunlight streamed through the window, she sat in stillness, closed her eyes, and breathed gently. She realized that the suffering had not disappeared, but it no longer weighed her down. She did not erase the memory. She simply did not resist it. And in that very acceptance, her mind found peace. The Buddha taught that when we do not resist reality, the mind will naturally find peace. Reality may bring us to tears, but those very tears wash away our afflictions. Suffering may cause us to stumble and fall. But it is in that very moment of collapse that we see the fragile nature of human life, and the compassion within us is awakened. Acceptance is a step toward letting go. To let go is not to forget. To let go is to cease resistance. When we cease resistance, the mind finds peace. Some may ask, if we accept everything, is that not simply resignation? No. Resignation is indifference, whereas acceptance is born of understanding. Resignation is extinguishing the fire. Acceptance is tending the flame, but not allowing it to burn us. When we understand that something is impermanent, we no longer try to cling to it. When we understand that someone has their own karma, we no longer blame them. When we understand that all things arise from causes and conditions, and will cease when those causes and conditions change, we can smile even in the midst of a storm. Suffering is an inevitable part of human existence, but not everyone knows how to walk through it. Some choose to run away, seeking temporary, false pleasures in order to forget. Some bury themselves in resentment, causing suffering to pile upon suffering. And some, after shedding many tears, finally realize that only through acceptance does suffering cease. This is because it is not suffering that makes us suffer, but our resistance to suffering that makes us suffer. The Buddha once told the parable of a person struck by 2 arrows. The first arrow is the actual suffering itself. The second arrow is the resistance within the mind. The first arrow may cause us pain, but it is the second arrow, the arrow of resentment, fear, and non-acceptance, that causes us true anguish. When we accept, the second arrow is removed, and the wound can heal on its own. Everyone's life will, at some point, have arrows like these. Sometimes it is a loss, sometimes a betrayal, a spell of loneliness, an illness, a shattered dream. But let us remember that suffering is only truly suffering when we do not accept it. When we look directly at it with a mind of understanding, it becomes lighter. When we embrace it with tolerance, it becomes a lesson. Over the past years, Mrs. Huang gradually learned to live with her memories. She did not push them away, but regarded them as a part of herself. She said, "My son is gone, but whenever I do a good deed, I feel as if he is still smiling by my side." She planted trees, cared for a cat, and cooked vegetarian meals for the poor. Her heart grew gentle. Though her face was etched with wrinkles, it radiated a deep serenity. People would look at her and say, "You are so at peace." She would only smile. "I am at peace, not because the suffering is gone. I am at peace because I know that suffering is also a part of love. This is a gentle, yet profound, awakening. Accepting suffering does not mean giving up. It is the first step of awakening. For only when we accept do we begin to clearly understand its nature. When we understand, we are no longer controlled by suffering. When we are not controlled, we are truly free. Those who know how to accept do so not because they are weak, but because they are strong enough to no longer need to resist. Let us try to look back at ourselves. How many times in our lives have we made ourselves suffer simply because we could not accept the truth? We want others to be as we wish. We want circumstances to be favorable to us. We want the past to be different. But life never goes according to our will. When we release our demands, we find our hearts at ease. When we accept that things are as they are, we step into the land of peace. When suffering arises, pause. Take a deep breath. Acknowledge this is suffering. Do not judge it. Do not run from it. Simply observe it as it is, just as a mother looks upon her crying child, not with hatred, not with the urge to send it away, but simply holding it in her arms. Suffering, too, needs to be embraced with such a mind of understanding and love. When it is embraced, it dissolves. When it dissolves, the mind finds peace. The Buddha taught that suffering is a teacher, a gateway to wisdom. Without suffering, we would never learn how to love. Without suffering, we would not know how to treasure peace. Without suffering, we would never realize the value of a smile. Therefore, instead of asking, "Why am I suffering?" let us ask, "What can I learn from this suffering?" When the question changes, life also changes. When Mrs. Huang understood this, she was no longer afraid of loneliness. She knew that her son was no longer here in physical form, but was still present in her every breath, in her every kind action. Love, if seen with the mind's eye, is never lost. Only the physical body disintegrates. The energy of love continues. Acceptance is the beginning of letting go. When we accept, we cease our struggle with reality. When we cease our struggle, we begin to merge with the flow of life. And it is in merging with it that we see that all things are operating according to the law of cause and effect, without the slightest deviation. Whatever comes is meant to teach us something. Whatever goes is to make way for something better. When we understand this, we are no longer afraid of loss. Remember that suffering cannot be erased. it can only be transformed. Every time we say, "I do not want to suffer," we are pushing suffering further away, yet holding it tightly in our minds. But when we say, "I am willing to look at my suffering," it dissolves like ice in the sun. When we do not resist reality, the mind will naturally find peace. This is a simple yet profound truth. No lofty theories are needed. Just one mindful breath, one look of understanding, is enough for suffering to cease. And if, one day, you lose someone or lose something, allow yourself to feel the pain. But as the tears fall, know that you are being purified. When the heart aches, know that it is learning to expand. And when you are brave enough to accept, you will see that suffering is just an old friend, teaching you how to grow. The Buddha taught that suffering is a path, not a dead end. When we walk through it with acceptance, we will reach the other side, where there is peace, understanding, compassion, and letting go. And it is precisely then that we truly see that suffering too can blossom into a flower. The Buddha taught that to desire little and no contentment is the greatest wealth. This short saying contains a great truth. Amidst an increasingly noisy world, amidst people who always want more, go faster, and possess more, how many still remember that happiness lies not in what we grasp, but in knowing when to stop? To know contentment is not resignation. To know contentment is the wisdom to realize that in this life, what we truly need is not that much. We are tired, not because life is too heavy, but because our hearts have piled up too many unnecessary things. When we are young, we often think that happiness lies ahead. We chase after careers, after fame, after money, after praise. We think that once we have it all, we will be at peace. But the further we go, the more weary our hearts become, because the more we want, the more we worry. The more we have, the more we fear losing it. The more we reach out to grasp, the faster life slips through our fingers. Thus, there are people who stand in a bustling street, yet feel lonely. People of great wealth who still feel empty. And people who have everything, yet have nothing within their hearts. Complicating life is the cause of our unease. We often do this unconsciously. We think about a small matter over and over until it becomes large. We hold a casual remark in our hearts for so long that it turns into sadness. We pile countless worries onto a simple task, leaving the mind no peace. We are tired, not because the work is heavy, but because our minds have not yet learned how to let go. The Buddha taught that if the mind is still, life will be peaceful. If the mind is agitated, even in a tranquil place, the heart will still be in turmoil. Life, in its essence, is very simple. Trees grow, birds sing, rain falls, people live. But human beings love to embellish, to calculate, to compare. We turn life into a competition, relationships into an exchange, and happiness into something conditional. Then we lock ourselves in a cage of our own making. Call it success and forget how to breathe. A person who knows how to simplify is a person who knows how to look deeply into the nature of all things. Not every matter needs a reaction. Not everyone needs an explanation. Not every word needs a reply. Some things are best answered with silence. The Buddha once said, "The human mind is like the surface of a lake. When the wind blows, the surface is agitated, and the reflection becomes distorted. But when the water is still, we can see the entire sky." Likewise, when our minds are filled with scattered thoughts, even small matters become tangled. When the mind is calm, we see everything as light as it truly is. Therefore, if you wish to live with a light heart, begin by simplifying everything. Do not let small things control your great soul. Do not let fear or desire rule your life. There is a story about Mr. Lamb, a man who had been retired for many years and lived in Dalat. He was formerly the director of a large construction company. His whole life, he was accustomed to numbers, contracts, and long meetings. Every morning, he would wake up early, hastily eat a piece of bread, and then rush out the door. He lived fast, worked fast, spoke fast, and thought fast. Everything had to be precise, timely, and perfect. He once thought that was the way to be successful. And indeed, he had it all: a big house, a luxury car, and respectful employees. But few knew that he suffered from chronic insomnia. As he grew older, he felt more and more tired, not because of old age, but because his heart knew no peace. When he reached retirement age, he thought he would feel a sense of relief. But in those first days without work, he felt an immense emptiness. The large, spacious house was suddenly silent. No more ringing phones, no one needing his direction. Waking up in the morning, he did not know what to do. He made a cup of coffee, sat on his porch looking out at the garden, and everything was strangely quiet. For the first time in many years, he heard the sound of the wind rustling through the trees, the sound of birds singing on the roof, the sound of leaves gently touching. He realized that he had gone through half his life without ever truly living a single day for himself. In the days that followed, he began to grow vegetables, learn how to care for plants, and learn how to brew tea. In the afternoon, when the Dalat air turned cool, he would sit on the porch and pour himself a hot cup of tea. He watched the rain fall in the courtyard, the steam rising in a soft mist. He held the teacup, smelled the gentle fragrance, and took a small sip. The feeling was both ordinary and profound. In that moment, he thought of nothing, not of his old job, not of fame, not of gain or loss. There was only him and his cup of tea amidst the afternoon rain. A friend came to visit, and seeing this scene, laughed. "Don't you get bored sitting like this all the time?" Mr. Lamb smiled, his voice as light as the mist. "Before, I drank tea to forget the world. Now, I drink tea to know that I am alive." His words silenced his friend, for within them was an entire process of letting go. From drinking tea to escape, to drinking tea to be present. From living to work, to living to live. A cup of tea, an afternoon, a breath, a smile. Simple, yet complete. He had understood that happiness lies not in how much we possess, but in how much we can feel. When we know how to stop, life immediately becomes different. When the mind is at peace, any cup of tea is fragrant. The Buddha taught that the one who knows contentment is the wealthiest of all. For one who knows contentment no longer suffers from lack, no longer chases after desire. One who knows contentment does not live for the opinions of others, but for their own soul. Some may ask, is living simply the same as living in poverty? No. To live simply is to live with discernment, knowing what to keep and what to let go of, knowing what truly lightens the heart and what makes it heavier, knowing that to release one useless thing is to gain a portion of peace. Many people are busy their entire lives without knowing why they are busy. Busy for fear of falling behind others. Busy to prove their own worth. Busy for fear of being forgotten. They strain themselves in a race without realizing that no one truly cares about them as much as they imagine. Then, at some point, when they are weary, they suddenly ask themselves, what am I running for? What have I missed? Sometimes, just by stopping, just by breathing, we can find the answer. Happiness is not about having everything, but about seeing the fullness in what one already has. A person who can sit quietly and listen to the rain fall, who can smile when the sun rises, who can feel gratitude when the wind is cold. That person is already living in peace. But the one who is always searching elsewhere, always demanding more, will run forever and suffer forever. The Buddha taught that those with much greed have much suffering. Those who know contentment have peace and joy. Life itself is not lacking. It is only the human heart that makes it so. Life itself is not complicated. It is only our mind that makes it tangled. Meditation in daily life is not about sitting silently with eyes closed, but about doing everything with a mindful mind. When washing the dishes, know that you are washing the dishes. When drinking tea, know that you are drinking tea. When walking, know that you are taking a step. As long as the mind does not wander, every action becomes a meditation. Mr. Lamb found his meditation in his cup of tea. We, too, can find meditation in our breath, in our work, in every living moment. One day, when you feel a heaviness in your heart, try letting go of just one thing. Do not try to think too much. Brew a cup of tea, sit quietly, and watch the steam rise. Feel each breath pass through your nose, each drop of time fall into the stillness. In that silence, you will feel your heart settle. You will feel life soften. All the worries that once burdened you will suddenly become small. You will realize that it is not this world that is too complex, but that we have never looked at it with simple eyes. The Buddha taught that a tranquil mind is the foundation of happiness. When the mind is still, life no longer has so many sharp edges. When the mind knows contentment, we no longer fear loss. When the mind knows how to let go, we are no longer heavy. There are things that, the more we try to solve them, the more tangled they become. But just by stopping, just by breathing, just by being still, they will dissolve on their own. It is like stirring water. The more you stir, the murkier it becomes. Only by letting it be still can the sediment settle and the water become clear. Remember that simplicity is not about having less, but about going deeper. To live simply does not mean abandoning everything, but living within everything without being on by it. When our mind is light, every task is light. When our heart is at peace, every place is peaceful. The more we mature, the more we understand that the most precious thing in life is not material possessions, but moments of peace, free from worry. If one day you feel weary, remember the Buddha's teaching. To desire little and know contentment is the greatest wealth. Wealthy not because one has much, but because there is no longer a sense of lack in the heart. The person who has little but knows contentment is the most free. The person who has much but still feels a lack is the most impoverished. Between these two states, which do you choose? Human life is short. Yesterday was filled with worries. Today, our hair is already gray. The things that trouble us today may have no meaning tomorrow. Therefore, do not let small things agitate your mind. Do not let greed cause you to forget the peace that is inherently yours. Learn to live slowly, live truly, live deeply. Learn to sit still without seeking anything outside of yourself. Live like Mr. Lamb, simple, quiet, yet profound. Each afternoon requires only a cup of tea, a shower of rain, a tranquil soul. Not much is needed, only sincerity. No complexity is needed, only gratitude. And when we learn how to simplify all things, we will understand that peace, in truth, has never left us. It is only that we have gone too far to recognize it. So, today, practice living with a light heart. Do not hold on to too much. Do not think too deeply. Do not grasp too tightly. Let go a little, so that your heart has space for light. When we stop complicating things, we begin to see everything become clear. When we stop resisting, we begin to truly live. Life does not need to be perfect. We only need to live truthfully in each moment. And when we learn to simplify, we will see that happiness has never been far from us at all. There are days when life is like a sudden downpour, falling without warning. We are walking down the street, unable to find cover, and can only bow our heads and endure it. Sometimes it is a loss, sometimes a reproach, sometimes a dream shattered in the midst of daily life. Everyone has had days like these. Days when we feel as if we have taken a wrong turn on the entire path, a wrong turn in our entire life. But the Buddha taught that nothing can make us fall except our own weak mind. This saying, though it may sound simple, contains a universe of truth about karma, about the mind, and about how human beings can learn to stand up after falling. For many, failure is the end of the road, but for one who is mindful, it is the beginning of a new journey. This journey is one of learning, not blaming. For blame only makes the heart heavier, while learning allows us to grow. The Buddha taught that suffering does not come to punish, but to illuminate the path we have walked. When we understand this, we no longer see failure as something to be feared, but simply as a natural part of the river of life. Once, there was a man named Tuan, born into a poor family in the Mekong Delta. From a young age, he dreamt of opening his own auto repair shop. After many years of working for others, saving every penny, he finally gathered enough capital to begin. He poured all his faith, all his enthusiasm into this endeavor. But life is not as one. Dreams. He was deceived by a close business partner. He lost his money and was saddled with debt. The garage had to close before it even opened. All his dreams shattered like a pane of glass. In the days that followed, Tuan lived in the torment of resentment. He blamed the person who had wronged him. He blamed life for being so unfair. At times, he even blamed himself for being too naive, too trusting. Every morning, he awoke with a heavy heart. Every night, he fell into a bitter sleep. The more he blamed, the more he suffered. The more he suffered, the more meaningless this life seemed. Until one afternoon, as he was passing by a small temple on a hill, he heard the voice of an old monk chanting sutras. The chanting was not loud, not preachy, just words as gentle as a breath. Nothing can make us fall except our own weak mind. He stopped. In that moment, he felt as if he had been touched in the deepest part of his heart. His whole life, he had only known how to blame. He had never truly faced himself. He realized that the one who had made him fall was not the person who had deceived him, but his own weak mind, a mind that refused to let go, a mind that refused to understand, a mind that only wanted to run away. That day, he sat for a long time on the stone steps before the temple gate. He did not pray for anything, nor did he ask anything. He just sat quietly, watching the sunlight filter through the leaves, listening to the sound of the temple bell echoing in the wind. In that moment, for the first time in many years, he felt his heart settle. And from then on, he began again, not loudly, not hastily, but quietly, learning how to fix cars, how to live, how to not harbor resentment. The following year, on a small street, his garage was open for business again. But this time, he set aside a corner to repair motorbikes for free for poor students. He said, "In the past, I lost everything because I wanted to win. Now, I just want to live rightly. Because when you live rightly, life will naturally be right." Tuan's story may sound simple, but it is a mirror reflecting the consciousness of each one of us. For who among us has not fallen? Who has not had their dreams broken? But the Buddha taught that when you fall, do not be afraid, for the very place where you fell may be the place where you begin again. Failure is not a period at the end of a sentence, but a teacher of humility. It makes us stop, look back, and learn again. Learn to love ourselves. Learn to understand others. Learn not to let our hearts drown in hatred. Failure teaches us that all things have cause and effect. And nothing is meaningless if we know how to learn from it. When we blame, our mind closes. When we learn, our mind opens. It is like a door. If we keep it shut for fear of the wind, we will never see the sky. But when we open our heart, the light will naturally find its way in. It is the same with life. Only when we stop blaming, stop tormenting ourselves, can the lessons of life truly appear. Some say, I failed because I had no opportunity. But the Buddha taught that every adversity is an opportunity in disguise. We simply do not recognize it because we are too busy being in pain. When the heart is full of resentment, wisdom cannot shine. It is like a stirred lake. We cannot see the bottom. Only when we let the water be still can we clearly see our own reflection. Failure does not come to make us suffer. It comes to help us see our ego. When we fall, we see our attachments. When we lose, we understand our clinging. When we are hurt, we see our own desires. And when we let go, we truly begin to see the path clearly. Try taking a deep breath. Breathing in, recognize your own mistakes. Breathing out, release the blame. This is the meditation of letting go of faults, a lesson that Zen masters teach to those who have fallen into a deadlock. For in truth, there is nothing wrong with falling. The wrong is in falling and refusing to get back up. There is nothing shameful in losing. The shame is in losing and forever resenting others. Someone once said, "Failure is the strictest but most devoted teacher." Indeed, nothing teaches us to be strong more than failure. No place teaches us patience more than pain. No school teaches us more profoundly than our own stumbles. For it is only when we lose that we see the value of having. It is only when we are in pain that we learn to love. And it is only when we are lonely that we learn to cherish those who are still by our side. The Buddha taught that the wise do not fear failure. They know that to fall is also to walk, for every fall brings them closer to understanding. When we learn to see in this way, failure is no longer an enemy, but becomes a traveling companion. It teaches us to live slowly. It teaches us to release our ambitions. It teaches us that everything in this world happens for a reason. There are those who, after failing just once, never stand up again. But there are also people who, from the very place they fell, build an entirely new life. The difference lies not in the circumstances, but in the mind. If the mind is weak, every gust of wind becomes a storm. But if the mind is steadfast, even a tempest is but a trial to purge the will. Therefore, do not blame. Learn. For to blame is to look outward. To learn is to look within. A person full of blame has little peace. A person who knows how to learn has much light in their heart. When we learn, we are drawing closer to wisdom. When we learn, we are stepping out of the vicious cycle of old karma. Life is a temporary realm. No one passes through it without stumbling at least once. Some stumble over wealth. Some stumble over relationships. Some stumble over their own pride. Those who know how to get back up will mature. But those who forever complain will only repeat that same pain for a lifetime. The Buddha taught that a person cannot learn anything when their mouth only knows how to complain and their heart only knows how to blame. Tuan, in the past, was just like that. When he stopped complaining, stopped blaming, stopped asking, why? Life began to open new doors. He realized that the most precious thing is not money, but a peaceful mind, not possession, but knowing contentment. And from then on, he lived more slowly, more lightly, knowing how to smile even when life did not go as he wished. Once, a student asked a Zen master, "Master, I have failed so many times. What should I do?" The Zen master replied, "Where did you fall? Bend down and pick up a stone." The student asked, "What for?" The master said, "To remember. For every stone is a lesson. When you look back, you will see that the path you have walked is paved with those very stones." A person's life is just like that. Failures are the stones scattered along the journey. If we know how to pick them up, how to keep them, how to understand them, we will eventually find ourselves standing on a solid road built from our own past pain. But if we only look at them with resentment, we will see a path full of obstacles and never reach our destination. The Buddha once said that a person can be defeated 1,000 times, but as long as they stand up just once with a firm mind, they have already won. To win is not to be better than others, but to be better than the person you were yesterday. And sometimes the greatest thing we can do is not to succeed, but to learn to be serene in failure. Think about it. After the failures in your life, did you not then understand something you had never known before? Sometimes it is a lesson in trust, sometimes a lesson in cause and effect. sometimes a lesson in not clinging too tightly to what does not belong to you. This is how life teaches us. Not with roses, but with thorns. Not with laughter, but with tears. But all of it has a purpose: to help us awaken. And when we awaken, we will see that nothing can make us suffer except our own mind. Nothing makes us fail except the weakness within our own heart. When we are strong, failure is just a small test. When we are weak, a single speck of dust can make us collapse. Therefore, spiritual practice is not about running away from life, but about learning to have a steady mind in the midst of life. When you fail, pause. Do not rush to blame. Do not rush to find reasons. Just sit quietly. Breathing in, recognize your own mistakes. Breathing out, release the resentment. When you do this, the mind will gradually brighten, for every peaceful breath is a step back to yourself. And in those moments of stillness, you will hear the voice of your inner self. I have not lost. I am just learning. Life never takes anything from us without giving something else in return. Today's loss may be the foundation for tomorrow's stability. Today's failure may be the condition for us to grow more mature. As long as we do not give up, nothing is truly a failure. Therefore, if today you are weary, are failing, are feeling like everything is collapsing, remember that no one can stop you from standing up, except your own weak mind. Learn, do not blame. Let go, do not hold on. Believe that every wound is a lesson in disguise. And then, when the dawn comes, you will find yourself different, stronger, with more understanding of life, and able to smile at the very things that once made you cry. Failure does not make you smaller. Only the refusal to learn from it makes you belittle yourself. For to release blame is the beginning of wisdom. To release suffering is the beginning of peace, and to release fear is the beginning of freedom. The Buddha once taught that only when you know how to let go can you truly have everything. This saying may sound like a paradox, for people often think that to have something, one must grasp it. But in the way, the tighter you grasp, the more it hurts. Only when we know how to open our hands, to let go, can we receive freedom. Just as a stream of water can only flow when it is no longer held captive in a small, narrow vessel. In this life, every one of us has at some point held on to something. Some hold on to an old love. Some hold on to an unfulfilled dream. Some hold on to an unnamed sorrow. And some hold forever to a mistake of their own making. We think that grasping tightly is a way to protect. But in truth, It is the very rope that binds us, causing us endless suffering. It is like a hand tightly clenching a fistful of sand. The harder you try to hold on, the faster the sand flows through your fingers. To let go may sound simple, but it is, in fact, an art. It is an art that no one can teach us in a few words, nor can it be learned in a day or two. It can only be understood, only be absorbed, when we have truly experienced suffering, when the heart has reached the limit of its weariness, when the tears have run dry, yet the heart remains heavy. It is precisely at that moment that one comes to understand that there are things which, the more you hold them, the more you lose them. There are people who, the more you cling to them, the further away they move. The Buddha taught, "That which does not belong to you, return it to the wind." A saying that seems so gentle, yet contains a profound philosophy of impermanence. The wind comes and goes, just as all things come and go in life. Nothing is ours forever. No person, no object, no emotion can remain forever in the palm of our hand. If we cannot even hold on to this body, then what is there that we cannot let go of? Someone once asked, "Does letting go mean to forget?" No, to let go is not to forget, but to accept. It is to look at things with a peaceful mind, not with a resentful mind. It is to smile at the past instead of running from it. It is to know that some things cannot be changed, and so we can only learn to live with them more lightly. Once, there was a woman named Han. She was a gentle teacher, beloved by her students. But her marriage fell apart after many years of living together. The husband, who had once promised to walk with her to the end of her life, finally left, leaving her with a young child and countless wounds. After they separated, Han kept everything related to him. The shirt he used to wear, the coffee cup he often used, and an unfinished letter he had written, but never sent. She kept that letter in her desk drawer, like a memory that could not be erased. Every night, after her child was asleep, she would open that letter and read it. The ink still held its old scent. The unfinished sentences were like their love story that had not reached its conclusion. She would read and weep, the tears falling year after year. Some nights she would ask herself, if she had been different that day, would he have stayed? But life has no if, and the past, no matter how many thousands of times it is revisited, cannot be changed. Then, one day, after a lesson on ethics, she told her students the story of the teacup and letting go. A young student asked, "Teacher, are there things that a person must let go of?" She smiled, and then suddenly felt a pang in her heart. That evening, she sat silently in her small room and took out the old letter one last time. The candle light flickered, and the wind blowing through the crack in the door was like a whisper of the Dharma, reminding her, "Let go, my child, for holding on only makes you suffer more." She placed the letter in the palm of her hand and looked at it for a long time. There were no more tears, only silence. Then she softly chanted, "Namo Amitabha Buddha." She lit a small flame. The letter slowly burned, each word disappearing, the smoke rising as lightly as a breath. In that wisp of smoke, she saw the image of her ex-husband smiling, not with blame, not with anger, just a gentle farewell. At that moment, she understood that to let go is not to forget the person, but to let go of the pain. It is not to discard the past, but to set the past down in order to move forward. It is not indifference, but an act of self-love. From that day on, her smile was different, softer, gentler, and more serene. Her students said she looked younger. Her colleagues said she seemed happier. Only she understood that it was the smile of someone who had just learned how to let go. The Buddha said, "When you are not attached, you are naturally pure." Han must have understood this after so many years immersed in memory. For attachment is the root of suffering. As long as we cling, we suffer. When we cease to cling, the mind is immediately at peace. What we call clinging is, in truth, the stubbornness of the mind, its refusal to accept impermanence. We want everything to remain the same forever. But life is always changing. We fear loss, but forget that everything in its nature never truly belonged to us. We are the same. We cling to small things, a word, a look, an action that was not to our liking. We let these things occupy our entire mind, making our hearts heavy. But when we look closely, we realize that all of these things are not real. Anger will eventually fade, pain will eventually subside, and memories will eventually dim. So why do we let these impermanent things rule our minds? To let go is not a sign of weakness. On the contrary, to let go is the act of a strong person. For only one who understands, who is awake, who is brave, has the strength to set things down. The weak grasp, the strong let go. It is like a person sinking in quicksand. The more they struggle, the deeper they sink. Only when they know to stop, to let go of the resistance, can they rise to the surface. In the way, there are three kinds of letting go. Letting go of things, letting go of people, and letting go of the mind. To let go of things is to learn to live simply. not to be dependent on possessions. To let go of people is not to cling to relationships that have passed. And to let go of the mind, this is the highest state, not allowing affliction, jealousy, or anger to control us. When one can let go of the mind, even in the midst of the marketplace, the heart is as still as if in a Zen monastery. Look at an autumn leaf. It does not fear leaving the branch because it understands that to fall to the earth is not an end, but a return. A person who knows how to let go is the same. They do not see separation as a loss, but as the fulfillment of a karmic connection, as an opportunity for the heart to be liberated. A Zen master once said, "Letting go is an act of wisdom, not of evasion. When we evade, we are afraid. When we let go, we understand. We understand that life is inherently impermanent, that everything is just a convergence of causes and conditions. When the conditions cease, smile and bid farewell. That is not indifference, but knowing how to cherish things in the right way. Life is like a river, flowing endlessly without stopping. If we insist on holding on to a single drop of water, how can we ever see the vast ocean? A person who knows how to live is one who knows how to let the current flow naturally. Sometimes the water is clear, sometimes it is murky, sometimes it is calm, sometimes it swirls. But in the end, it all flows toward the great sea. If today you are in pain because of a relationship that has ended, a dream that is unfinished, or a loss that has not yet faded, ask your heart, does this truly still belong to me? If not, return it to the wind. For there are sorrows that, the more you hold them, the deeper they become. The more you embrace them, the heavier they grow. But when you let them go, you naturally feel your heart as light as a cloud. To let go is not an end, but a beginning. The beginning of a new journey where we are no longer bound by what has passed. When we know how to let go, we learn how to live in the present, to cherish what we have now. For only when we are empty can we receive something new. The Buddha taught that a person who knows how to let go can smile even in adversity. That smile comes not from external joy, but from internal understanding. Understanding that all suffering is temporary. Understanding that everything has its causes and conditions. Understanding that one must lose in order to gain. One must let go in order to find peace. Remember that no one in this life can avoid loss, but loss is not a final stop. It is a reminder for us to live more mindfully. When one door closes, we must step out into the light. When one person leaves, it is for us to learn how to love ourselves. After Han burned the letter, she taught her students, "My children, there are things we must let go of so that we can still love. Holding on only makes the heart more tired. Letting go makes space for good things to come." The children did not fully understand, but they saw in her eyes a strange light, the light of someone who had just found herself again. In the end, the art of letting go lies not in forgetting, but in seeing all things with a peaceful mind. When the mind is at peace, nothing can stir us. When the heart is awake, the wind is just the wind, the rain is just the rain, and people coming or going are just karmic connections. The Buddha taught, "That which does not belong to you, return it to the wind." And when we can truly do that, we will see that this life is incredibly light. There is no more resentment, no more blame, only gratitude. Gratitude for having once had, and gratitude for being taught how to let go. For sometimes, in the very moment we let go, we truly grasp the most precious thing of all, peace. The Buddha taught that all things that come to us have their causes and conditions. If one only hears this saying, anyone can understand it. But to truly absorb it, one must pass through much suffering, many vicissitudes, before seeing that nothing in this life is random. Some things come and make us happy. Some things make us cry. But all of them are due to causes and conditions, the results of seeds that we or someone else once sowed in the past. Some are born into wealth. Others endure hardship from a young age. Some love sincerely, yet are still betrayed. Some do good, yet still encounter misfortune. If we look with the eyes of an ordinary person, we will see that life is truly unfair. But if we look with the wisdom eye of a Buddha, we will see that nothing is without a cause. Every joy, every sorrow, every person we meet, every event we experience, all are due to causes and conditions. Karma is the very thread that connects these causes and conditions from one life to the next. The Buddha taught that suffering does not come to punish, but to awaken. When we understand this, we stop blaming life, stop resenting others, and stop being angry with ourselves. For if every suffering has a reason, then every teardrop is also a way to wash away all karma, to allow the mind to become clearer and brighter. There was a woman named Tui who made a living as a small vendor at the market. Her life was as ordinary as anyone else's. She went to the market early in the morning and returned in the evening to prepare meals for her family. She was not rich, but she was not poor. Until one day, she discovered she had a strange illness. At first, it was just bouts of fatigue, but gradually her body grew weaker. The doctors said the illness was difficult to treat. When she heard the news, she was devastated. She cried every night. Looking at her young children, she felt her heart break. She asked heaven, she asked the Buddha, "What sin have I committed to suffer so much? I have never harmed anyone, so why must I endure this?" These are questions that many of us have also asked ourselves when suffering comes. But the answer sometimes lies not in the present, but in things we do not remember. Karma is not confined to one lifetime, but is the continuation of countless previous lives. What we receive today is the fruit. What we do today is the seed. And what we will encounter in the future is the fruit of the present seed. Understanding this, we will stop complaining and blaming, and begin to learn to observe suffering as a friend who comes to teach us the lesson of awakening. During those painful days, Tui was coincidentally taken to a temple by a friend. There, she met an old monk with gentle eyes and a voice as light as the wind. After listening to her story, he simply smiled and said, "My child, every illness is an opportunity to repay a karmic debt. Do not ask, 'Why me?' Ask, 'What can I learn from this?'" At first, she did not understand. She thought illness was suffering. How could it be an opportunity? But when she returned home, whenever she was in pain, she remembered the Master's words. She began to practice sitting in stillness and chanting the Buddha's name. Every morning, she would prostrate to the Buddha 3 times, praying, "If this is the karma I must repay, please give me enough strength to repay it with a peaceful mind." Time passed. Although her illness was not cured, her mind was transformed. She was no longer afraid, no longer resentful. She only felt a light peace in her heart. There were mornings when, sitting and watching the sunlight stream through the window, she felt a strange serenity. She said, "I have not been cured of my illness, but I have been cured of my suffering." That statement is wisdom itself. For suffering, in truth, lies not in the body, but in the mind. The body may be in pain, but if the mind is at peace, we can still smile. The body may be weak, but if the heart is luminous, we can still stand up. One who understands causes and conditions will see that everything that happens in life, whether good or bad, brings with it a necessary lesson. The Buddha taught that when a person faces suffering, yet maintains a peaceful mind, they are dissolving their karma. when we endure suffering. Without resentment, we are untying each knot in the chain of old karma. Every tear that falls is not in vain. It washes away the resentment in the mind. Every pain that passes is not meaningless. It is a lesson in impermanence, teaching us to treasure every living second. People often only want happiness, but do not know that it is suffering that helps us mature. If life were only full of joy, the mind would forever be weak. If life had no suffering, we would never know what peace is. For only after having walked through the dark night do we see how precious the dawn is. Only after having lost do we learn how to cherish what remains. Karma is not a punishment. Karma is the result of what we have created. And if it is a result, then it is just. When we understand karma, we no longer ask, "Why me?" but will ask, "What have I sown?" This question, though small, opens a great door, the door of recognition, of awakening, of liberation. Some who hear Tui's story feel pity, but some see themselves reflected in it. For everyone carries karma. Some carry the karma of the body, some the karma of the mind, some carry the karma of past lives, some the karma of the present. But if one knows to turn toward the good, knows how to repent, knows how to love, then any karma will eventually become lighter. The Buddha once said, "It is like salt mixed in water. If there is little water, the salt is potent. But if there is much water, the salt dissolves." Likewise, karma is the salt. A compassionate mind is the water. When the mind is vast, karma dissolves. Many complain, "Why do I do good deeds, yet still encounter misfortune?" But karma is not calculated within a single lifetime. There are good things we do today, but the wholesome fruit will come in a future life. There are unwholesome things we have caused in the past, and now is the time for them to be repaid. Life is not unfair. It is only that we have not yet seen the entire flow of causes and conditions. After some time, although her illness remained, Tui lived more peacefully than before. She no longer blamed heaven or others. She still sold her goods as before, but there was always a smile on her lips. She would often say to her customers, "Any day I can still breathe is a day I can still learn." This seemingly simple saying is the profound philosophy of one who has understood karma. To understand causes and conditions is the first step in resolving karma. Because when we understand, we cease to resent. When resentment ends, the heart is no longer filled with anger. When there is no anger, the mind becomes clear. And when the mind is clear, karma gradually lightens. It all begins with understanding. If one day you encounter suffering, do not ask, "Why me?" Ask, "What do I need to learn from this?" Because every suffering carries a message. The person who comes and hurts us is the one who helps us learn to forgive. The illness that comes and makes us weak is the lesson that teaches us to value our health. The loss that comes is to teach us how to let go. All are lessons, if we are willing to listen. The Buddha taught that no one in this world makes us suffer except our own mind. When the mind clings, suffering arises. When the mind understands, suffering ceases. Therefore, instead of blaming others, turn back and look at your own self. Each time suffering comes, see it as an opportunity to illuminate your inner heart. When we can recognize the root of suffering, we have already walked half the path to peace. One who does not understand karma lives in fear. One who understands karma lives in peace. One who does not yet understand causes and conditions blames heaven and others. One who understands is grateful even for adversity, because they know that without suffering they would not awaken. Without loss, they would not know how to cherish. Someone once asked a Zen master, "Why do I do good deeds, yet still encounter suffering?" The Zen master replied, "The wholesome seeds you sowed were planted only yesterday, but the unwholesome seeds you sowed were planted long ago. Today is the harvest season for those old seeds. As long as you persevere in sowing what is good, the wholesome fruit will come." That answer, as light as the wind, is enough to illuminate a lifetime. For each of us is reaping from the field of our own karma. When we understand this, we no longer see suffering as an enemy, but as a teacher. We no longer see life as a place of punishment, but as a classroom. The Buddha once said, "Karma does not wait until we are ready to arrive, but it arrives to help us mature." When we understand this, we will receive all things with a grateful mind. Whether favorable or adverse, we can say, "Thank you," because all things help us to draw closer to awakening. Tui, the woman who once resented heaven, now sits and chants the Buddha's name every morning. She says each chant is a way of purifying the mind, each breath a word of thanks to life for giving her one more day to learn. She lives without fear because she has understood that karma is not a burden, but the path that leads us to the light. And just like her, each of us, when facing suffering, should try to change our perspective. Let us see everything as a necessary condition for us to grow. When one understands causes and conditions, one ceases to blame. When blame ceases, the heart naturally finds peace. The Buddha taught, "All things that come to us have their causes and conditions." Let this saying become a seed in your mind, so that when the storm arrives, you will still know how to smile, so that when loss comes, you will still know how to say thank you. For only when we understand can we truly let go. And only when we let go are we truly free. The Buddha once taught, "Without suffering, there is no cultivation." This may sound like a simple teaching, but within these few words lies an entire ocean of profound wisdom. For in this life, no one can avoid suffering. To be born in the human realm is to be born into suffering. There is the suffering of the body, the suffering of the mind, suffering from loss, from illness, from poverty, from loneliness, from things not going as we wish. But the Buddha does not teach us to run from suffering, but to understand suffering, accept suffering, and transform suffering. For it is precisely in suffering that we see our own mind clearly. It is precisely when we endure suffering that we have the opportunity to repay karma and wash away the dust of affliction, so that the mind may become peaceful and bright. Think about it. If this life were only filled with favorable conditions, only with joy, would we ever learn patience, gratitude, or tolerance? If everything went smoothly, perhaps human beings would forever be arrogant, would forget that happiness is not something readily available, but something cultivated through each trial. Suffering comes not to pull us down, but to forge a steadfast mind. Just as gold must pass through fire to become brilliant, a person who wishes for a luminous mind must pass through suffering. The Buddha taught that suffering is our teacher. Whoever dares to face suffering, that person is cultivating. Whoever flees from suffering, that person is burying themselves in illusion. Life is like a river. The water is sometimes clear, sometimes murky. The wise person does not try to stop the river, but learns how to row amidst the waves. It is the same with suffering. We cannot stop suffering, but we can learn how to pass through it without being submerged. When the heart learns to accept, the mind will struggle less, and the spirit will gradually find peace. Some ask, why must human beings endure suffering? If the Buddha is compassionate, why not make everyone happy? This is a question everyone in this life has thought of, but few are willing to look deeply into its nature. The Buddha does not bestow suffering, nor does he take it away. The Buddha only shows us the path through suffering to a place of peace and joy. For without suffering, there would be no cultivation, no awakening. It is precisely because there is darkness that we realize how precious the light is. It is precisely because there are storms that we learn to treasure the warm, sunny days. And it is precisely because we have fallen that we know how precious it is to stand up. Remember that suffering is not an enemy, but a strict teacher. This teacher does not speak with words, but teaches through challenges. This teacher does not coddle, but forges us in pain. But after each lesson, our mind matures, our wisdom brightens, and our heart becomes more compassionate. For to endure suffering is to purify karma. When we endure suffering without complaint, without blame, but just quietly receive and learn, that is the moment when karma dissolves and merit arises. In the sutras, the Buddha taught that suffering does not come to punish, but to awaken. This is not just a theory. It is a truth. Some, because of suffering, blame heaven and others. Others, thanks to suffering, learn to love more, to live better. So, where does the difference lie? It lies in the mind. A resentful mind makes suffering heavier. A grateful mind makes suffering lighter. When suffering comes, instead of asking, "Why me?" try asking, "What am I learning from this?" When we change the question, we change our entire life. It is like the story of Uncle Tu, a farmer in the Mekong Delta. He lived his entire life bound to his rice fields. Every year, when the planting season came, he would wake up early, going to the fields before the sky had brightened. But then one year, a prolonged drought came. The rice withered, the water dried up, and the entire field was almost a complete loss. His neighbors looked at him with pity. Some shook their heads and said, "A whole year of hard work, and now it's all for nothing. Don't you feel miserable?" He just smiled and replied slowly, "This year, the harvest is lost, but next year, the soil will be healthier." People thought he was just saying it to console himself, but he truly believed it. The next season, he sowed the rice seedlings again, no longer complaining, no longer blaming. He said, "Suffering is also a part of this land, this person. One suffers to learn, to mature." And just as he said, the following year, his fields yielded a great harvest, the granary filled with golden rice. People came to congratulate him, and he just smiled gently. Last year's suffering was a lesson for this year. If I had complained last year, I probably wouldn't have this happy day now. This story may sound simple, but it is a profound lesson. For not everyone can smile in the face of suffering. Only one with wisdom can see the blessing in hardship. the opportunity in failure, the lesson in loss. The Buddha taught that to endure suffering is not to suffer more, but to resolve suffering. Each time we are patient, a portion of karma is reduced. Each time we accept, a portion of merit increases. Suffering is a flame, but it is also a light. Whoever flees the flame will remain forever in darkness. Whoever dares to stand in the flame will be illuminated. When we dare to face it, endure it, and then overcome it, we will see that suffering is no longer an enemy, but a friend who comes to teach us to love, to let go, to look deeply into our own heart. Within every person is a seed of goodness, only it is buried under layers of the soil of greed, hatred, and delusion. And suffering is the very rain that helps that seed to sprout. Without suffering, that seed of goodness would sleep forever. Therefore, suffering is not bad. We only need to know how to look at it. Just as the lotus flower only grows from mud, without mud, the lotus cannot bloom. Without suffering, a human being cannot awaken. Everyone's life will eventually go through its own dry seasons. Sometimes it is loss, sometimes betrayal, sometimes illness, sometimes loneliness. But remember, no rain lasts forever, just as no suffering is insurmountable. The important thing is whether we have enough calm to wait for the rain to stop, enough faith to believe that after suffering will come peace. Many people fear suffering and so find ways to avoid it. They fear failure, fear loss, fear being hurt. But to flee from suffering is also to flee from the opportunity to learn. For suffering is the mirror that reflects our true mind. When suffering comes, we know whether we are weak or strong, understanding or deluded, attached or able to let go. The wise do not run from suffering, but use suffering as a teacher. The Buddha taught that when the mind is at peace, suffering transforms into joy. When the mind is in turmoil, joy transforms into suffering. Therefore, the root of suffering lies not in the circumstances, but in the way we look at them. A person with a peaceful mind can find stillness even in the midst of a storm. A person with a turbulent mind can feel unease even standing amidst fragrant flowers. So, to endure suffering does not mean to resign oneself to it, but to receive suffering with mindfulness. Some endure suffering and still complain. Some endure suffering and smile. The difference lies in whether they understand or not. When we understand, suffering is no longer suffering. When we do not yet understand, suffering becomes a burden. Therefore, the Buddha taught to endure suffering today for peace tomorrow. Every drop of sweat, every pain, every failure is a seed sown for a better tomorrow. If today you are suffering, know that you are being taught a great lesson. Do not blame, do not resent, and do not be afraid. Quietly look deep into your mind and ask what needs to be changed. Sometimes suffering comes to remind us to turn back, to stop, to know that we have gone in the wrong direction. Sometimes suffering comes to forge our strength, to remind us not to rely on external happiness. Life is a long journey, and each person is a practitioner on that path. Suffering is a traveling companion, unavoidable. But if we know how to smile at suffering, to greet suffering as we would an old friend, then suffering will no longer cause us pain. At that moment, we are truly free. Therefore, remember that to endure suffering is not a bad thing. Suffering is the very opportunity for us to resolve suffering. Just like a blacksmith who, to have a good sword, must forge it in fire, a mind that wishes to be luminous must pass through the fire of life. If you can smile when you suffer, you are more than halfway to peace. If you can feel gratitude when you suffer, you are close to enlightenment. To endure suffering today for peace tomorrow, that is not just a teaching, but a truth of life. For each time we step through a pain, we shed a little ignorance, a little attachment, a little greed, and our heart opens a little wider. At that moment, we will understand that suffering is not something to be avoided, but something to be understood. And only when we understand do we truly know how to let go. To let go is not to give up, but to accept. To let go is not weakness, but strength. To let go is to know that suffering is also a part of happiness. When the mind knows how to let go, suffering also transforms into peace. So, if you are suffering, do not be afraid. Just walk through it with a mindful mind. Trust that every pain today is washing away the karma of the past. Trust that behind the storm is always a clear sky. And remember the Buddha's teaching. Without suffering, there is no cultivation. Suffering is for learning. Suffering is for resolving. Suffering is for finding peace. There are days when we feel as if the whole world has turned its back on us. Work is not going well. Relationships are broken. Illness strikes. Calamities pile up. We ask heaven. We ask the Buddha. We ask ourselves, why am I suffering so much? But the more we ask, the more tangled our hearts become. Until one day we stop and hear the Buddha's teaching. Nothing comes into being on its own. All things are the result of causes, conditions, and karmic fruit. At that moment, we understand. It turns out that what we are enduring is not a punishment, but an opportunity. An opportunity to repay, to learn, to let go. The Buddha once taught that karma is not a rope that binds a person, but a mirror that reflects everything we have sown. In that mirror, we see the past, the present, and sometimes even the future. No one escapes the law of cause and effect. But one who understands karma no longer fears suffering, because when we know that suffering is just a part of the process of repaying karma, our mind will no longer complain, but will become still and peaceful. There are 4 ways that people often experience the repayment of karma. Sometimes it is through an accident. Sometimes through the arrival of karmic creditors. Sometimes through a series of coincidences that seem random. And sometimes by unintentionally causing harm without realizing it. In whatever form it takes, karma brings us a lesson. And when we know how to learn that lesson with a mind free of resentment and fear, that karma will dissolve like the morning mist. There is a story about a truck driver named Dung. He was a gentle, hard-working man who drove his truck every day from early morning until late at night to support his wife and children. One afternoon, on his way home, he had an accident. The truck veered off the road and crashed into a grassy ditch. Fortunately, he narrowly escaped death. When he woke up in the hospital, his body was in pain, his leg in a cast, his hands scraped and bruised. He heard his wife, sitting beside him, say softly, "Perhaps you are repaying a karmic debt." Those words were like a gentle breeze blowing through his mind. At first, he felt sad, thinking, "What sin have I committed to have to bear this karma?" But then he remembered how, many years ago, he had been speeding and had hit and killed a dog that ran across the road. He felt remorseful for a long time, but then, as time passed, he forgot. Now he suddenly understood. Perhaps the universe was just restoring balance to all things. After that accident, he no longer complained about his fate. Every morning, as he saw the sun rise through the hospital window, he would join his palms and chant softly, "Namo Amitabha Buddha." Thank you, for I am still alive, still able to repay. From then on, he began to practice walking more slowly, driving more carefully, speaking more kindly. He said that from the day he understood he was repaying a karmic debt, he felt a strange lightness in his heart. He no longer blamed life, no longer resented others, but only felt gratitude for still having the chance to start over. Dung's story, though seemingly simple, contains a profound moral. When we know we are repaying a karmic debt, we will not struggle, will not complain, but will learn to see it as part of the journey of life. It is like when we owe someone a debt. The act of repaying may be tiring, but when the debt is fully paid, our heart will be at ease. Karma is the same. Every pain, every suffering is a time when we are gradually erasing the old traces. And once the mind has accepted it, that suffering will transform into light. The Buddha taught that there are two ways to repay karma: to repay with suffering and to repay with wisdom. An unenlightened person will repay karma with resentment, with anger, with fear. They struggle, and they suffer more. But an awakened person will repay karma with compassion and wisdom. They understand that everything that happens has a cause, and when a cause has been sown, the fruit must manifest. No one can bear our karma for us, but we can choose how to repay it. If repaid with understanding, karma dissolves as quickly as smoke. But if repaid with hatred, karma only grows thicker, more painful. What does it mean to repay karma with wisdom? It is that when we encounter suffering, we do not ask, "Why me?" but ask, "What is this teaching me?" It is that when others hurt us, we do not react hastily, but look at them with compassionate eyes, thinking, perhaps they too are suffering. It is that when we encounter loss, we do not cling to what is gone, but know that all is but a karmic connection. And when the time is up, it must depart. At that point, the mind is no longer pulled along, but stands firm in stillness. That is peace amidst the karmic fruit. The Buddha once said, "The fire of hatred can burn down a forest of merit." If we carry a mind of hatred to repay our karma, not only will that karma not be extinguished, but more will be created. But if we carry a mind of loving kindness to repay it, each instance of suffering becomes an instance of karma dissolving. Therefore, when suffering comes, do not resist it. Look directly at it, breathe with it, smile with it. It is like bathing in cold water. At first, you shiver. But if you stand still and just feel, the water becomes gentler. Likewise, if we face our karma with a peaceful mind, the suffering will become lighter. A true practitioner is one who knows how to repay karma with mindfulness. They do not seek to escape. Do not chase after miracles. Do not pray for karma to dissolve quickly, but only pray for their own mind to brighten with each encounter with suffering. For they understand that karma does not come to harm us, but to train our minds. There is a saying, "Without suffering, how could we understand compassion? Without loss, how would we know to cherish?" Every adversity is a spiritual lesson, teaching us to love, to understand, to let go. Some ask, how can one repay karma and still be at peace? The answer lies right in our own breath. When we breathe and the mind is not agitated, the body is not rushed. That is peace. When we breathe and in our heart there is loving kindness, there is the recitation of the Buddha's name. That is the gentlest way to repay karma. The Buddha taught that to recite the Buddha's name is to sow a seed of purity in the mind. When the Buddha is in the mind, karma has no place to cling. Therefore, whenever you find yourself suffering, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and silently recite Namo Amitabha Buddha. One recitation is one moment of a still mind. 10 recitations are 10 moments of purification. The suffering may still be there, but the heart has ceased to be tossed about. That is peace in the midst of the river of life. To repay karma with loving kindness is also the most beautiful way. When others cause us suffering, we do not resent them, but send them a wish for well-being. When we lose money, we regard it as having just done a good deed. When someone speaks ill of us, we regard it as repaying a debt for words we once spoke. When we are betrayed, we regard it as learning how to let go. Every matter, no matter how small, is an opportunity for karma to dissolve. And when the mind is no longer attached, karma has nowhere to cling, and it will dissolve on its own like an evening cloud. Remember that karma not only comes from the past, but is also created in the present. Every word we speak, every thought we initiate, every action we take is a seed for the future. If today we live in hatred, tomorrow we will again meet with suffering. If today we live with a loving heart, tomorrow we will have peace and joy. Therefore, the wise do not worry about the past, do not fear the future, but are only mindful in each breath of the present. They know that each peaceful breath is one moment of karma reducing. After he recovered, Dung continued to drive his truck. But in his truck, he always played soft Buddhist chants. He recounted that whenever someone cut him off, instead of getting angry, he would recite Namo Amitabha Buddha. Then he would smile. From that day on, his life seemed to be protected by a wholesome energy. He no longer encountered senseless risks. Perhaps because the old karma had been repaid, and new karma was not being created. He would often say to his friends, If you can still feel gratitude while suffering, then that suffering is no longer suffering. That is the spirit of one who knows how to repay karma in peace. When our mind has the light of understanding, karma becomes a teacher. When our mind has compassion, karma becomes a traveling companion. And when our mind knows how to let go, karma becomes the path leading to freedom. The Buddha never taught us to avoid karma, but only taught us how to walk through it with a tranquil mind. It is like a person walking through a forest of thorns. They do not need to cut down all the thorns, but only need to step carefully, one step at a time. And eventually, they will emerge from the forest. Karma is the same. It cannot be erased in a day or two, but it can be walked through with mindfulness. If you are suffering, pause for a moment. Breathe in deeply. Breathe out. Close your eyes and say silently, "I am repaying a karmic debt. Do not be afraid." Because when you become aware of that, half of the karma has already dissolved. The other half will dissolve when you smile, accept, and continue to live with a grateful heart. Just like dung, who every morning would join his palms and give thanks for still being alive, for still being able to repay. That gratitude is the very key that opens the door to peace. In this life, everyone must repay their karmic debts. No one is exempt. But between repaying karma and enduring suffering, there is a very great difference. The one who endures suffering complains. The one who repays karma understands. The one who endures suffering sees life as unfair. The one who repays karma sees life as just. The one who endures suffering is immersed in sorrow. The one who repays karma walks through suffering with a gentle smile, and that very smile is the sign of one who has awakened. Therefore, live like one who is repaying a karmic debt with a grateful heart. Speak gentle words. Think wholesome thoughts. Do wholesome deeds. Treat others with a mind of loving kindness. When you do good, that energy will dissolve old karma. When you recite the Buddha's name, that sound will purify your consciousness. When you forgive, hatred will no longer have a place to dwell. And when you are at peace, suffering will not be able to touch you. The Buddha taught that when karma arrives, do not run. Sit down. Sit down to look deeply into your own self, to see that all is created by the mind. And when the mind changes, karma also changes. So instead of lamenting, "Why am I suffering so much?" ask, "How can my mind be brighter than it was yesterday?" That is the only way for karma to be repaid gently, for suffering to transform into peace. let the mind return to the breath. Breathing in, recite na. Breathing out, recite mo a dida fat. Each breath is a moment of purification. Each recitation is a lotus seed blooming in the mind. In this way, day by day, hour by hour, karma dissolves, the mind brightens, and life becomes peaceful. And at some point, you will realize that repaying karma is no longer frightening. Because in every suffering, you have found the light of peace. The Buddha once taught that the one who knows how to live in the present moment is the one who is touching happiness. For the past is gone, the future has not yet come. Only this moment is truly present. And yet, for ages, human beings have spent most of their lives regretting the past and worrying about the future. We run endlessly on the road of dreams, of fears, of calculations, forgetting that this very breath is the most priceless gift. When the mind is not present here and now, even if we are sitting amidst 1,000 beautiful flowers, our heart can still be filled with storms. Sometimes we wake up in the morning, but our mind is still entangled in last night's dream. Sometimes we are eating a meal, but our mind is thinking about work, about the person who hurt us, about unfinished tasks, about the fear of tomorrow. And so, as the days pass, our body is here, but our mind wanders elsewhere. This is the very reason why people always feel tired, feel miserable, feel uneasy, even when no one is harming them. The Buddha taught of the 4 foundations of mindfulness, the 4 methods of contemplation to bring the mind back to the body, back to reality. Contemplation of the body in the body, contemplation of feelings in feelings, contemplation of the mind in the mind, and contemplation of phenomena in phenomena. This means to know clearly what this body is doing, to know clearly whether this feeling is pleasant or unpleasant, to know clearly whether this mind is still or agitated, and to know clearly whether this phenomenon is wholesome or unwholesome. When we know clearly, we are mindful. When we are mindful, suffering has no way to enter. The ancients said, "Right mindfulness is the boat that carries us across the river of delusion." And to have right mindfulness, one does not need to go to the mountains, does not need to enter a temple. Just in the breath, in each step, in every smallest action, we return to ourselves. When washing the dishes, know that you are washing the dishes. When eating, know that you are eating. When hearing a bird sing, know that you are hearing a bird sing. It may sound simple, but it is an entire long journey of cultivation. because the human mind is accustomed to chasing scattered thoughts, accustomed to rushing forward. Only when we are willing to stop, willing to breathe in deeply and feel life overflowing, do we see that peace has never left us. Happiness is not somewhere far away. It is in every moment that we are truly present. When we drink a sip of water and know that we are drinking, we will feel the cool water permeate every cell. When we take a deep breath and know that we are breathing in, we feel the fresh air nourishing our life. Right mindfulness is the art of living awake, the lamp that illuminates the way so that we are no longer lost in the darkness of worry. There is a short story about a man named Kai, an ordinary office worker in the city. In the past, he always lived in a hurry. Every morning, when he stepped out of his house, he already felt annoyed in his heart. Just a little bit of traffic would make him lose his temper. If someone cut in line, he would immediately complain to the heavens and blame life for being unfair. It was like that every single day. He arrived at the office in a state of exhaustion and stress. When he came home, he would take his frustration out on his wife and children. He did not understand why he always felt so miserable, even though his life was not that bad. One day, while surfing the internet, he happened to listen to a Dharma talk by a monk. The master said, "When you find yourself suffering, just stop. Breathing in, know that you are breathing in. Breathing out, know that you are breathing out. Just by being present in your breath, you will find your mind returning." Kai listened and just laughed, thinking simply, "Can just breathing really end suffering?" But then, for some reason, those words kept echoing in his mind for the next few days. One morning, as he was preparing to leave, he suddenly remembered the master's words. Instead of hastily grabbing his car keys, he sat down in a chair, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. He sat in silence for 5 minutes. For the first time in many years, he noticed the sound of the birds outside his porch, the gentle wind touching the door, the ticking of the clock. Everything was still the same, but his mind was different. He felt a sense of lightness. When he went out, although the traffic was still heavy, although the road was still congested, he felt calmer. The things that used to infuriate him now became opportunities to train his mind. He called it his 5 minutes before work. From then on, he spent 5 minutes every morning just sitting still. Breathing in, he knew he was breathing in. Breathing out, he knew he was breathing out. Just that, and his entire long day seemed calmer, lighter. His wife said, "You've been strange lately. You don't get angry so often anymore." He smiled. "It's not that I've changed the world. I've changed my mind. When we are present in the moment, all suffering has no place to dwell. For suffering only arises when our mind is attached to what has passed or worries about what has not yet come. When the mind abides in the present, suffering has nowhere to cling. Right mindfulness is the key that opens the door to peace within ourselves. The Buddha taught that a person without mindfulness is like a drunkard walking in the dark of night, not knowing where they are going, not knowing what they are stumbling over. But a person with mindfulness is like one holding a lamp in their hand. Though they walk in the night, they can still see each step clearly. When we light the lamp of mindfulness in our hearts, no matter the storms of life, we will still know the way home. Mindfulness is not just meditation, it is a way of life. When we work, know clearly that we are working. When we speak, know clearly what we are saying. When we listen, know clearly that we are listening. Sometimes, just 1 minute of stillness can save us from countless afflictions. For most suffering comes not from the circumstances, but from an untrained mind. Many people ask, "Can I practice mindfulness when I am busy?" The answer is yes. When you are washing the dishes, know that you are washing the dishes. When you are driving, know that you are driving. When you are hugging your child, know that you are hugging your child. Do not let the mind wander to other places. As long as we truly live fully in that moment, we are cultivating, we are meditating, we are living in mindfulness. Imagine, every morning we wake up not to race against time, but to feel a new day just beginning. The light is seeping through the crack in the door. The birds are calling the dawn. The wind is caressing our hair. It is all happening. But if our mind is not present, we will miss it all. And when we live like that for many years, one day we will look back and realize we have never truly lived. Mindfulness helps us return to reality. When we realize this body is breathing, is walking, is working, we become the master of ourselves. A person who has lost mindfulness is one who is led by habits, emotions, and external circumstances. But a person with mindfulness is one who is the master of their own body and mind, not swept away by the winds and waves of life. A Zen master once said, "A mindful person is a free person." Freedom is not about doing whatever you want, but about not being controlled by your emotions. When someone says something that hurts us, if we are not mindful, we react immediately. We get angry, we resent, we resist. But if we are mindful, we recognize the emotion rising. We look at it like an observer, without identifying with it, without clinging to it. At that moment, we are free. Mindfulness is the energy of understanding. When we understand, we no longer want to struggle. When we understand, we know how to love. A mindful person will see that anyone who hurts them is also suffering. They act out of ignorance because their mind is not yet bright. And when we can see this, our heart no longer harbors resentment. We only want to send them a sense of love, a prayer for their peace. The Buddha taught that happiness is not far away, but is right here in the mindful breath. Breathing in, know that you are alive. Breathing out, know that you are being given life. Just that is enough to feel the heart lighten. If you are weary, stop. Sit down and take a deep breath. Feel the air enter your lungs, pass through every cell, and then gently breathe out. Give thanks for that breath, for it keeps you alive every second. When you are truly in your breath, you will see that this life is more lovely than you ever thought. The practice of mindfulness meditation does not need to be complicated. You only need 5 minutes each day. Sit still, back straight, eyes gently closed. Breathing in, know that you are breathing in. Breathing out, know that you are breathing out. If a thought comes, simply recognize this is a thought, and then return to the breath. Do not push it away. Do not hold on to it. In this way, the breath is our friend, the thread that keeps us connected to the present. Try silently reciting Namo Amitabha Buddha with each breath. Breathing in, recite Namo. Breathing out, recite Amitabha Buddha. Just like that, our mind gradually settles. Each recitation is a wave of purity, washing away our afflictions. When the mind is at peace, karma is extinguished. When the mind is luminous, suffering dissolves. Some say that amidst the hustle and bustle of life, it is difficult to maintain mindfulness. But in truth, it is precisely in such places that mindfulness is needed most. For when we are in the midst of the marketplace and can still keep our mind at peace, that is the true strength of a cultivator. One does not need to leave the world. One only needs to be in the world, without the heart being in turmoil. That is cultivation. A person who lives in mindfulness will see clearly that all things have their causes and conditions, that all suffering has a cause. When we know how to recognize and embrace it with understanding, it will gradually dissolve like mist before the sun. When the mind is luminous, suffering has no soil in which to sprout. Remember that happiness is only present when the mind is here, now. Not tomorrow, not when you have more money, not when your illness is cured, not when someone else changes, but right in this moment. When you smile with your own breath, when you are mindful, you will see that every glistening drop of water, every whispering leaf, every singing bird is also the wondrous sound of the Dharma. Life is inherently beautiful. It is only that our mind is not yet awake enough to see it. Practice living a little more slowly. Walk more slowly. Eat more slowly. Speak more slowly. Do not be in a hurry. Everything is in its right place. You only need to be present, to be truly and deeply present, and all suffering will gradually fall away like golden leaves at the end of autumn. When you know how to breathe in mindfulness, all the fluctuations of life also become gentle. There is nothing left to fear, for you have learned how to return to yourself, to return to the breath, to return to life in each moment. The Buddha taught that one who knows how to live in mindfulness is one who knows how to walk on the path of peace. And that peace comes not from outside, but from a soul that has been purified. Therefore, when you feel weary, remember that peace is not far away. It is right here in this breath, in this heartbeat, in this smile. Breathe in deeply and say to yourself, I am alive. I am here. And when you breathe out, let it all go. Let go of worry. Let go of anger. Let go of calculation. All that remains is the breath and the knowing. At that moment, you are truly living in the present. Mindfulness is the door that opens to freedom. When the mind is present here and now, suffering cannot creep in. Happiness is not something distant, but is this very moment. The moment you are living, breathing, smiling. The Buddha taught that in the mud, the lotus grows. In suffering, wisdom is born. Without mud, the lotus flower cannot bloom. Without suffering, a human being cannot awaken to their own self. In this life, everyone wishes for peace, for happiness, for a path without thorns. But if life were always smooth, we would never learn how to get up when we fall, never understand the value of peace. For it is only when we step through suffering that we see our own mind clearly, that we realize what is truly precious. Suffering is not an enemy. Suffering is the very teacher who gently instructs us in the lesson of letting go, of understanding, of love. In every pain, there is a door that opens, leading us closer to awakening. But most people, when in pain, hastily reject it. We fear pain, fear loss, fear loneliness. We run, but the more we run, the more suffering pursues us. For suffering does not come to punish, but to illuminate. It reminds us to look back, to be still, to turn inward and see ourselves. There is a story about a prisoner named Huang, 10 years in prison. It seemed as if his entire life was over. The day he was sentenced, his heart was filled with only resentment. Resentment for an unjust world, for a betrayer, and for his own weakness. The days in the prison passed by, heavy and dark. He lived in the shadow of his own mind, where suffering piled upon suffering, until one morning, when he met an old monk who had been invited to the prison to give a Dharma talk. The master did not say anything lofty, but only spoke gently. When you breathe in, know that you are breathing in. When you breathe out, know that you are breathing out. Just that. But from that day on, Huang began to practice breathing. He would sit by the small window in his cell, breathing in, breathing out. And for the first time in many years, he felt that he was truly alive. One rainy afternoon, water from the prison yard flowed to a corner of the wall where a puddle of mud had formed. In that mud, a small lotus flower was rising, slender yet pure. Huang looked at it for a long time and then burst into tears. He said, "The lotus still blooms in the mud." Those tears were no longer the tears of suffering, but the tears of awakening. He realized that although his life had once been mired in the mud of wrongdoing, if he knew how to turn back, how to look again, there was still a pure seed within him. A lotus of the heart could still bloom. From that day on, Huang began to cultivate. He studied the Dharma, learned how to repent, learned how to love himself. Upon his release from prison, he did not try to run from his past, but used the very story of his life to help other addicts and offenders find their way back to the light. In the mud, the lotus grows. In suffering, wisdom is born. This saying is not just a philosophy. It is a truth proven by people like Huang, one who was once lost, but, thanks to suffering, awakened. One who once suffered, but, thanks to suffering, found the path. Often, suffering does not come to make us collapse, but to show us clearly where the ground is, so that we may plant our faith anew. The Buddha once said, "No one can save us but ourselves. No one can purify our mind but our own mind." Therefore, enlightenment does not come from the outside. It is not a light shining down from the heavens, but a smoldering ember within, just waiting for the winds of suffering to blow upon it and make it blaze. One who understands this will no longer resent their fate. They know that suffering is something that must come, for without it, they would never have stopped to look deeply into themselves. But to transform suffering into wisdom, we must have mindfulness. For only when the mind abides in the present can we see the nature of suffering and not be swallowed by it. Many people, when in pain, do not truly face the pain. They let their minds wander far away, thinking about the past, worrying about the future. They think, if only I hadn't made that mistake, or I don't know what tomorrow will bring. It is these streams of thought that make suffering even greater. Whereas, if one just stops, takes a deep breath, and clearly sees the pain that is present within, without adding to it or subtracting from it, then in that very moment, suffering has already begun to dissolve. It is like when we fall into a dark night. Instead of running to find a light, let us light a small lamp within our own heart. That light is mindfulness. It does not make the darkness disappear, but it helps us see the way. Mindfulness is the boat that carries us across the sea of suffering, the eyes that help us see the lotus blooming right in the midst of the mud. We do not need to seek enlightenment somewhere far away. Enlightenment is the very moment we realize that all suffering is present to help us grow bigger, understand more, and love more. When our mind feels gratitude for suffering, suffering is no longer an enemy. When we can smile in the midst of pain, we have already crossed half the path to enlightenment. There are wounds that never disappear, but they teach us compassion. There are losses that cannot be compensated for, but they make us cherish what remains. And in that very process, we are awakening day by day, becoming lighter bit by bit, drawing closer to peace. Remember that in this life, no pain is meaningless. Each time we suffer, we learn. Each time we lose, we understand. And each time we let go, we are set free. When we understand this, we will no longer fear suffering. We will look upon suffering as a traveling companion. For suffering teaches us humility. Suffering teaches us gratitude. Suffering teaches us to see the ego and to overcome it. Someone asked, "How can one become enlightened?" The Buddha replied, "Look deeply into suffering." It may sound paradoxical, but it is the truth. Enlightenment comes not from avoiding suffering, but from understanding suffering completely. When we understand, suffering dissolves. When we reject it, suffering grows. Therefore, the first step toward enlightenment is acceptance. To accept that life is impermanent, that people are temporary, that suffering is a part of living. No resentment, no anger, no running away. Just looking, just breathing, just living. Someone once said, when we stop trying to make life perfect, we begin to see how beautiful it is, just as it is. That is the very spirit of enlightenment. It is not that we find peace only when life is free of suffering, but that we can be at peace even while life still contains suffering. It is not that the lotus blooms because the mud has disappeared, but that the lotus blooms right in the midst of the mud. There are days when we feel our heart is heavy, our mind in turmoil. Stop. Breathe in deeply. Breathe out slowly. Tell yourself, this suffering too shall pass. Place your hand on your heart and feel the beat of life. Every breath is an opportunity to renew ourselves, to let go of resentment, to return to the present. When our mind is present here, in this moment, we are no longer a victim of the past, nor are we afraid of the future. We are just ourselves, living, breathing, existing. And in that moment, suffering has transformed into peace. Enlightenment is not a destination, but a journey through suffering with understanding and compassion. Just like Huang, the prisoner who used 10 years of his life to relearn 2 simple things: how to breathe and how to smile. Just that. But it was enough to transform his entire life. When he left the prison, he said, "I once lived in the mud, but now I know how to make the lotus bloom." And that is also the message for each one of us. Do not be afraid of suffering, for suffering is just the mud. If we know how to use suffering to cultivate the mind, to awaken, to understand ourselves, then in that very place of suffering, the lotus of enlightenment will bloom. Suffering does not block our path to peace and joy. Suffering is the very path. Look back at your own life. How many times did you think you had reached the depths of suffering? But then it was precisely at those times that you grew the most, understood yourself the most, loved others the most. Without those long nights of tears, we would never have known what peace feels like when the early morning sun rises. Without having fallen, we would never have known how precious it is to stand up. Therefore, do not be afraid of suffering anymore. Embrace suffering as you would a crying child. Listen to suffering as you would the teachings of a master. Give thanks to suffering, for it has helped you awaken. When we can say thank you to our pain, at that moment, we have already taken half a step into the realm of enlightenment. The Buddha taught that when the mind is luminous, suffering also transforms into a flower. The one who knows how to let go, knows how to understand, knows how to live fully in the present. That person is already walking the Noble Eightfold Path. No longer chasing, no longer running away, only stillness remains in the midst of the river of life. That is true happiness, true freedom. Suffering does not disappear, but it no longer controls us. It is just a part of the lesson. Like the mud beneath the lotus's feet, it is there, but it does not stain the lotus. The lotus still blooms, still radiates its fragrance, still lifts its head to the sun. So it is with human beings. When the mind is luminous, though life still has suffering, we can still smile, still walk lightly, still love, and be loved. Therefore, when this life becomes too weary, remember the Buddha's teaching. In the mud, the lotus grows. In suffering, wisdom is born. Let suffering teach us to mature. Let tears wash our soul clean. Let our stumbles lead us back to ourselves. Then one day, we will realize that enlightenment is not somewhere far away. It is right here, in every breath, in every footstep, in every pain that we have walked through with understanding and love. The Buddha once taught that when one knows how to let go, life will naturally become light. This seemingly simple saying contains an entire long path of cultivation, leading from suffering to enlightenment, from delusion to peace. Human beings are born carrying so many attachments: love, money, fame, and status. We are engrossed in grasping things we think are ours, only to find that the more we hold, the more tired we become. The more we cling, the more it hurts. One day, we realize that what makes us suffer is not life itself, but our own mind that refuses to let go. Looking back on the journey we have walked, from moments of weariness and deadlock, we learned how to stop. Then, from stopping, we learned how to look deeply within, to see the suffering clearly, to understand its cause. When we understood, we began to accept, and only when we accepted could we let go. Each of these stages is like a step on a ladder for the mind, leading us from darkness to light. This is the path the Buddha called the path of awakening. Life is inherently imperfect, and perhaps it does not need to be perfect, for it is in the very cracks of life that light can seep through. Suffering helps us see the value of joy. Loss helps us learn to cherish what remains. when we stop blaming and learn to be grateful even for adversity, suffering immediately transforms into a teacher. And in that moment, we begin to find peace. To let go is not to abandon everything. To let go is to release the clinging mind, to not let our hearts be bound by things that do not belong to us. It is to know that some things come only to teach us a lesson and will then depart when the lesson is over. A person who knows how to let go is not a weak person, but one who is strong enough to smile in the face of loss, understanding enough not to harbor resentment, and loving enough to forgive. One afternoon, I met a woman sitting on the porch of a temple. Her face was etched with hardship, her eyes weary. She told me, "I once lost everything. My husband, my child, my home. Life pushed me to the brink. One day, when I had nowhere else to go, I stepped into a temple." She said, "I came here to forget." But the abbot only smiled and said, "Do not forget. Let go." From then on, she stayed at the temple, not to hide, but to learn how to let go. Every morning, she would sweep the courtyard, water the flowers, and listen to the temple bell echo. Each time the bell rang, she would take a deep breath in and then breathe out very slowly. Time passed. The pain did not disappear, but it softened. In the late afternoon light, she said to me, "Before, I thought I had lost everything. Now I understand that I only lost the things that did not truly belong to me. What I found was peace within my own heart." Her story left me speechless, for it turns out that happiness is not found in the place we go searching, but in the place we stop. When we no longer chase after it, happiness will come. When we do not try to hold on, peace will manifest. The Buddha once taught, "When the mind lets go, the world also lets go. When the mind is at peace, all things are at peace." The suffering of human life is that we keep searching for peace in all things, forgetting that peace can only be found within the mind. We try to arrange everything according to our will, wanting everyone to treat us the way we want. But we forget that all phenomena are impermanent. Everything changes. Only our own heart can we master. To let go is not to give up, but to step out of an unnecessary race. How many times in our lives have we been exhausted to the point of depletion just to prove something? How many times have we lost our peace just to hold on to a small ego? We keep thinking that if we just try a little harder, things will be better. But sometimes, just by letting go, everything is already different. To let go is the act of one who understands, for only when we understand can we let go? When we do not yet understand, we still want to hold on. When we understand, we will naturally let go. It is like when we are holding a hot coal. We only release our hand when we realize it is burning us. In every breath, in every step, we can practice letting go. Let go of the expectations that make us tired. Let go of the resentments that make us suffer. Let go even of the fears that are not real. Practice saying to yourself, I have enough. Everything is enough. This is not resignation, but mindful acceptance. When the mind knows contentment, life is naturally content. One early morning, the long, echoing sound of the temple bell spreads into the quiet space. Each chime is like a reminder. Return. Return to the breath. Return to yourself. Return to the peace that is inherently yours. We do not need to search for anything more, for everything we need is already here. In the present moment, in a mind that knows how to let go. Imagine if one day we could let go of all our worries, let go of all our resentments, let go of all comparison. How light we would be. We could smile when others succeed. We could be serene when what we hoped for does not arrive. We could sleep peacefully through the long night, untroubled by tomorrow. That is freedom. That is peace. The Buddha did not teach us that we must suffer to attain enlightenment, but taught us to understand suffering so that we no longer suffer. It is like fire. When you know how to use it, it provides warmth. When you do not, it burns. Suffering is the same. When you understand it, it is a teacher. When you do not understand it, it is a prison. But in both cases, the power of choice still lies in our hands. This life is so very short. Each morning when we open our eyes, that is already a gift. Each breath is a new opportunity to live, to love, to let go. Let us not waste our lives on petty things. Let go of a little resentment, a little comparison, a little attachment. For in the end, everything will pass. Only a peaceful mind will remain. When a person understands this, all external fluctuations become light. The storms still rage, but the heart is no longer swayed. The rain still falls, but we know that the rain is also a part of the sky. With each event that comes, instead of being afraid, we just smile, for we know it is just teaching us how to let go a little more. Remember, to let go does not mean to lose. To let go is to open. When we let go, our hands are empty, able to receive something new. When we let go, our heart is spacious so that love can flow in. And when we let go, our mind is light so that happiness has a place to bloom. If someone has ever hurt you, thank them, for it is they who taught you how to forgive. If something has ever caused you to suffer, thank it, for it is that which taught you to understand yourself more deeply. No one can make us feel pain if we do not cling to expectations. Nothing can make us weary if we know that all things are impermanent. Remember the Buddha's teaching. Do not grasp, do not reject, just look with serenity. When we can live like this, though life may change, the heart remains calm. Though people may come and go, we still smile. Whether it rains or shines, we still see a blue sky. This life is so very short. Do not forever hold on to what makes you suffer. Let it go, and you will see a bluer sky, and your heart will be as light as a cloud. Every moment we let go is a moment we are free. Every time we breathe out with ease, we are truly living. Peace is not somewhere far away, but right here in this moment, when our mind knows how to stop, to understand, to let go. When the temple bell rings, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and smile. Let each echo dissolve into space, just as all afflictions dissolve in the heart. Let the breath bring you back to the present, back to yourself, back to a place where there is no more resentment, no more fear, only peace. Let go to find peace. Live in peace. Live to love, and love to awaken. That journey is not somewhere far away, but is beginning right now, in your mind, where the lotus is slowly blooming in the stillness.